All right, we are live. I'm still debating on if I want to go through and get music going for these streams or what I'm going to do. Um, I'm probably just going to keep it simple for now and just do some drawing without going too crazy. Move my keyboard around. And we'll get moving. So the goal of today's stream is to just try to get a whole bunch of the relic art and some of the attack art out of the way, because I've got several things that need to get implemented soon, and nothing is currently there left to be implemented. I think everything that I have drawn or that I have received from the other artists working on the team, I think is all in the game. So I need to go through and get some other stuff going. So on my relic idea list, let's see what we got. Alright, so time capsule is the first sprite we need to work on. I think I'm going to add a little display, a little text on the screen that just says what we're working on. That way we can kind of, you know, get an idea here. If I can make it not a million font size. Is it just me, or did they make the font picker in OBS terrible? There we go. Give it an outline. Let's see. That should be good, I think. Yeah, that's better. Cool. All right, so with that, why don't we get that going here? And of course, if anyone has any questions about anything game related in the chat, I'll be more than happy to answer. So let's see. I think as far as a time capsule goes, I'm going to want it to be... I'm going to want to make it kind of round on this side like this. I might do it in mirror mode for a little bit. Kind of like that. So that's like the basic idea of what I've got in mind, kind of hourglass opening sort of deal. Not 100% sure if I love that though. Maybe I'll go with more of a capsule in like the literal sense. You know, like that. Yeah, I think that'll do. So do it like that. And so that'll be our outline. So we'll just make it. So this is kind of how I do all of the relics, is I always make like a basic shape and then kind of draw on top of it with what's going to be more like the final color. So we'll come around like this. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think I'm liking the direction it's going now. So what we'll kind of do is fill in this, and then I'll add some detail to it. I come down here, fill that in. So I'm thinking what I'll end up doing is giving this a some items inside that kind of make the time capsule feel. Yeah, okay. So we'll take this, and I'm going to duplicate that and bring it up here. Turn that off like that. And then do that like 20. All right. So here we will start drawing some stuff to go inside the capsule. I think like a Polaroid would be good. You know? Kind of like that. And that will yeah, that should be good. And I'll just kind of fill it all with stuff like this, so maybe I should turn that off. Alright. Come over here. We'll throw a bit of white in there. Like so. That's looking all right. Think I will get that filled in. I'm not sure what to do as the actual picture on the Polaroid yet. Even though it's going to be a small relic, I kind of want it to have a good amount of detail just because of the theming of it. You know? Yeah. Yeah, that should be good, just like that. Here we go. I think that looks decent, right? As far as a Polaroid is concerned, on something that's going to be this small. We'll turn on that little overlay there. Maybe I'll bring that opacity up a bit. 30% should be fine. Alright, so we'll have to draw some other stuff in there. Could draw maybe a teddy bear laying down or something, right? So we'll bring the size of this brush down. Do it down here. I'm gonna I kind of do it as like really fluffy, so I'm gonna be super not careful with the line sizes on purpose. Yeah, I think that's a good start there. Yeah. Alright, so let me get some of these lines a little thicker. I've had the entire Eugenics soundtrack stuck in my head all day. You're just another number, and number 2 is your name. That game is unbelievably good. Yeah, I think that'll be good for that guy. Now I kind of want to make a teddy bear relic all by itself because I'm kind of surprised at how not horrible this is coming out. I really thought this was going to be like the worst part. It doesn't look bad though. Maybe I just gotta be more confident. You know, I kind of go limited on the colors in the relics just because there's so many of them. I can't have any of them be extraordinarily detailed, or we end up in this situation where all of the relics kind of have to climb up to meet that one, and that's not. It's not a good place to be. You know, I wanna make sure that I'm not strapped for time on every single relic just because one or two happen to stand out. I think something I'll mention early on here as well is I know I don't have to color everything in this way. I can just, you know, bucket tool it and all that. I don't know. I find it really therapeutic to color everything in like this. To me, it's I don't know. It just it makes it feel more like coloring as a kid, you know. So I pretty much always color everything in by hand instead of going through and doing it the smart way. That doesn't look terrible. Probably not the best thing I've ever drawn, but you know. I'll do like some real basic shading to get the shapes to look a little bit better. Kind of do something like that. Yeah. Something like that should be alright. Let me go ahead and do like soft light and bring that way down, maybe 20. That's not terrible. I'll come back over here and do it like this. All right, coming along, kinda, sorta. Turn that back on. Does this look like, hold on, I gotta look something up. I wanted to see if I was just like drawing from memory, like the Zoe 101 time capsule, but no, it does look pretty different from that. I would have been like, oh no. All right, that's luckily not what I did. All right, what else would go in a time capsule? What are people putting in time capsules these days? I was just on the phone with my buddy, and he suggested putting salt, like just a touch of salt, in coffee. And I'm like shocked at how good it is, like how much of a difference it makes. Kind of losing it. All right, turn this layer back off. Okay, so that's that outline. We'll come back here. I could put like a VHS tape in here. That might be a good idea. Here, let's draw a VHS tape. So I'm gonna go like this. I'll erase that in a second. Can I draw a VHS tape from memory? I actually have no idea if I can. It's been so long since I've seen one. I think there's the, you know, the hinged lip at the top. Right? Like that. And then you kind of have those D-shaped cutouts here. Yeah. Yeah, I know what a VHS tape looks like. Right? That looks a little like an eye. So I'm terrified. I'm going to look up a VHS tape. Oh, I was pretty close. That's not bad, actually. No, I'm good with that. That came out a lot better than I thought it did. So we'll just give it a label. And put like some sort of cryptic text here, like there's an M there and maybe an H. So it's clearly Monster Hunter gameplay. Or Mom's Home Videos. Probably the Monster Hunter thing, but it's up for interpretation. That's how you get lore and lost media in your game, and then you get YouTube essays. Some fantastic stuff. Alright, so come down here. Start filling that in. Like I said, I don't really mind coloring in things by hand like this. I think it's fun. I just like wasting time, you know? That's all it is. We like a little time wasting. And I promise I will do other relics in this video, but I kind of picked one that has a lot going on at the start here. Come down here, we'll do different color on the label. All the VHS tape pictures I saw, they had kind of like a red line, and then they're kind of just ruled like that. You know what I'm saying? Smell what I'm stepping in? So I'll come up here. And you know what I think would be great for the time capsule? I think it should have 2026 as the open date. So it kind of, you know, it coincides with the game, like when it was developed and stuff. Too clever for my own good, boy. Alright, so let's get this filled in. And good enough. VHS tape. Alright, let's see. Nope. Maybe I'll just do the numbers. Because you would write the date that you open it, not the date that you bury it, right? Because otherwise, VHS tape might be an odd thing to have in there. Yeah, I'm gonna say that that's right. I don't know why you would write the date that you buried it. You'd probably put that inside, right? Alright, so put that overlay back on. I feel like I want to add another thing, but I'm not sure how over the top I want it to be. Because a lot of the relics are pretty simple. You know, like, there's a lot going on in some of these. But they're all kinda simple. So I think I won't go too far on this. But like I want there to be something here. It's another good time capsule item. And then I'll work on making this not look like garbage. So yeah, a lot of these are pretty simple. They're not too crazy. Alright, how about we could put like a little action figure or something in that corner. That might be a good move. Kind of do I don't know, action figure, maybe just kind of some papers. Yeah, I like the idea of just doing some, you know, some paperwork is just in there. So then do like that. Yeah, that's good. So we have our teddy bear, our Polaroid, and our tape of MH. It's My Hero Academia episodes. Yeah, and then I'll just do like some fake writing on here. So it'll just say something along the lines of like, the tape below here is Monster Hunter footage. There we go. I don't think that looks terrible, honestly. I think that's a half decent sprite. I might clean up the line work of this part, make it look less crappy. But other than that, oops, redo. So we got our stabilizer on. Let me make sure I've got the right color here. Yeah. think that looks decent. I'm gonna do kind of a curve, I think, here. Which might not match the rest of it, actually, if I do it like that. I think I ought to do a curve on both ends. Kind of like this. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. There we go. That's what I'm going for. So we'll turn that off there. And kind of give the hatch that same curve like that. And then Chase from Zoe 101 can put his feelings in here, and we'll be good to go. That's the dude in the show that does that, right? I'm not just making that up. You'll have to excuse me, I'm a little behind on my Zoe 101 lore. Oh. Should probably put this ahead of the layers down there, and then we'll be good. Yeah, like that. There we go. Not the worst thing I've ever drawn in my entire life. Where is that layer? Yeah. Hey, I am Hextrix. Welcome to the chat. What about a book? I have a couple of book ideas that are on the list, if I can find what the heck I do with my phone. Let's see. I have a few. Other than the Tale of the Rat King book that we've got in the game already, I have... So I have a tome for every different elemental attack, so like a poison tome and a fire tome and all that. I'm not 100% on the names yet, but I could draw some of those today. Because I don't really have a plan for which ones I'm going to be drawing, so I'd happily just kind of go through the motions on a few of them. Or do you mean a book in the time capsule? Because I could do that as well. That looks like it's coming along. Alright, so get ourselves kind of a brick brush here. I kind of do this. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, like that might be good. Kinda hit it with the 20%. I'm gonna go kinda subtle on the shading for this just because I feel like the illusion of it being round, I'm not like super sold on to begin with. And I don't want to make it worse. Here. Come on. You know how old people love their literature? This is true. This is true. Yeah, I might have to put a book in there. Think you're onto something. Yeah, I think that's subtle enough where it doesn't really look like I totally ruined the whole cylindrical aspect of it. All right, so where can I sneak a book in here? Probably like right here. That should be good. Some coffee though. So we could sneak a book in right over here. Let's see. I might make it red. So we'll come down like this. I'll make it like a soft cover book so it's kind of got like a bend to it, you know? Yeah, it'll kind of look like it was kind of shoved in there haphazardly. I think I'll kind of give it those pages like this too. Kind of have that like gold look to them. You know, I've been pretty happy lately because I feel like I've gotten a lot better at drawing than I was before. Because I feel like I could never have drawn... Like, this isn't, like, amazing or anything, but I definitely don't feel like I could have drawn this before. Like, I was just... I think it says more to how bad of an artist I was before. Hey, Fox, how's it going? It has been a long time. Welcome. It's good to see you. I've been seeing a lot of familiar faces lately. I had a comment from Croc, a comment from Speedy. I saw one from Perpger. We've had a lot of the OGs around. Pink Fluffy Unicorn. Are you planning on publishing it to mobile? I believe even Slay the Spire has a mobile version. I would like to. I don't know how realistic it is, but I would definitely like to. my wife, who's she's part of the project as well. She's probably going to push me to make this mobile game more than anyone else, and I kind of don't blame her. What did I just do? She's pretty smart with this stuff, and I think she's going to end up suggesting that I put it on mobile. For a long time, I was like really resistant to the idea of making games that were targeted towards mobile, mostly just because I knew it was a difficult market to work in, and I'm like, well, I'm lazy. And so I kind of just didn't bother even thinking about it. But the thing is, mole game it's completely mouse. There's no keyboard actions that are final in the game. So like for instance, there's debug stuff that uses the keyboard, right? But everything else is mouse, and that means it could just as easily be tap, you know? So I've still got to think about it, but I would like to. I would very much like to do that. There we go. One more. Where is the pages? One more? Oh, there we go. Just before you got here, when everything was the same. All right, how are we feeling about that? Is that feeling like a good time capsule? I don't think that looks too bad. I don't know. Maybe I'll put more work on the book, but I think it doesn't, stand out too much from the other stuff. Why don't we look at Mole Game real fast? So yeah, I mean, I can't think of anything here that doesn't, or that has to use the keyboard, right? Like, obviously, the way things bounce around here kind of benefits from being able to hover. But I think it should be more than doable. I mean, these buttons are already pretty big. It's all good, Fox. I hope your class goes well. I still gotta fix that zoom effect. It's kind of broken right now. I think I'm guaranteed to get a mouse in encounter in a minute. Let's see. Oh no, it is a battle. Is the delay that bad? I've got it on low latency, but I guess it's like still 30 seconds or something like that. I tried to read that message as soon as I saw it show up for reference. Digging sequencer. Let's see what we get next. Oh yeah, incidental. Okay. So yeah, the mouse encounter is working. The only reason that I know it was going to be a mouse encounter is because I just finished implementing seeded runs. So now technically there is a seed for every single run, and I know what this seed does. Like, it's always going to have these 3 cookies and these 3 coffees here. All of which I can't afford, by the way. Alright, anywho. I think all of that is going to be mobile compatible. I don't think... Because like I said, the only things that are keyboard only are these debug options. So like state machine, system information, stage information, material deck, battle info, loot, and the header. I think that stuff is the only part that uses the keyboard. Alright, so we'll save this as Alright, so the time capsule one. What did I... So the time capsule relic idea... Let's see. On pickup, gain 3 random uncommon or common relics. That's what it was. So I could kind of get that going now. Yeah, why don't we implement that? Because then if it's in the game, we can test it and I can make a video on it. So we'll just come out of here. We're doing it live, boys. We're doing it live. I think I'll just make it uncommon. I don't think it has to be too crazy. I'm going to take the old ice relic and use that as the base for it. So time capsule relic. And we will make that uncommon. Actually, I don't know. Is it better than the old ice? Because the old ice, the old ice gives you a mythic or better relic. Or no, it gives you a rare or mythic relic the first time you use a fire attack. I don't know if giving you multiple uncommons is going to be better. Maybe I'll leave it as rare. I'm not going to think about it too much. I'll leave it as uncommon for now. So the description was, hopefully they forgot about this. And the compendium text will be what it actually does. This is my first time hearing about this game. What's it all about? All I know is mole. So it is a turn-based deck-building roguelike, as I've said quite a few times. Basically, if you've played a game like Slay the Spire, it's pretty similar in that regard. Why don't we... I'll show you the game here. So you get these different relics, and every one of them has an effect on your stats or the way that you play the game. And you fight these different creatures and eventually bosses. And the kind of the idea behind it is to solve this mini mystery that's in the story that I won't talk too much about, but like basically the mole feels tremors in the ground and you're trying to figure out what the source of the tremors are, right? The materials that you dig up are your cards, right? So this is the deck building are your cards here. And that's still broken. I really need to fix that zoom. It goes way off to the side for no reason. But yeah, it's got this, and then it's got some little encounters with NPCs and stuff like that that I've made. So you'll see the mouse on screen in a second when we go to the cutscene. Nice picnic you have here. Thanks, Squeak. Try a nibble of the sandwich. Munch. That's delicious. Thank you. You get 999 health whenever that happens. Cheese to meet you. I sell food and drinks that I legally acquired. Anyway, you want to buy something? And you get buy, sell, and leave. So why don't we... Well, I don't... Yeah, he's not going to buy anything that I've got here because potions don't count as drinks. I did that for a reason. I just don't want him to have a bunch of potions in stock all the time because there is a potion seller character, right? So I don't want the mouse to sell potions, so they're not qualified as drinks. Except for the cup of coffee. That's the only one. So we'll leave. Yeah, it's a pretty cool little game so far. On pickup. Receive 3. Yeah, that should do. I have to actually move it over here. Oh, I didn't export it. There we go. Now I can do it. Bring that on over into here. And come up. Family chat was blowing up. I had to make sure everyone was okay there for a moment. Put the texture. All right. So this is the code that I want to save from the old ice relic, pretty much. So I'm just gonna take this. I'm gonna do on pickup and get rid of all this crap. So all it's gonna do, oops. It's gonna still do this 50-50 thing to get a better rarity. Redundancy chances 3, that's fine. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do redundancy chances. So it's gonna be if better rarity, it will be, yeah. So if better rarity, it will be uncommon. Otherwise, it's common. So relic rarity, common or uncommon -1 is common. And then it will grab that relic and it'll add it. So that should be all the code I need to get it working. Then we just need to take the time capsule script here. Like, there's really not a ton to getting these relics going because I purposefully made it that way. I tried to make this as simple as possible. Go to relic index. And under uncommon, we will add the string name, time capsule, and the UID, comma, and it's gonna get upset at me in a second because I didn't put it into the classifications. But if I go to here, and we'll get rid of all the other relics, so it's just the one. We'll do time capsule. Let's see what we get. Okay, so it gave me 1. Oh, right, because I didn't actually make it do 3. I just made it do 1. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll go back into time capsule and oops. There we go. Now it'll do it 3 times. Yeah, so I got floaties twice, which is kind of incredible. And obsidian glass. What's funny is whenever I add stuff, the seed of the entire, like every single seed in the game changes, right? So right now I have seed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and forever it was always 2 best spuddies. As soon as you started, it was always 2. But because now I'm starting with a different relic, all of the randomization is changed. And so it's going to be totally different throughout the rest of the whole seed because all of the randomness is off by 1. It would be cool if there are cute factions you could join for perks and bonuses. So the closest I have to that right now, in terms of like the ideas that I've got, I'm going to make it so for all of the NPCs, you can give them a gift that will be a permanent upgrade. So every run that you do after you get them that gift, they'll always give you that upgraded version, like every time. So like when you first talk to the mouse, he gives you a full heal, right? And then every time after that, he doesn't give you the full heal. So I'm going to make it so he gives you the full heal every time once you've found his like special item. And I think I'll make all the special items like really rare so that you don't unlock them all in like a single run. You kind of have to, take your time. All right, so I'd say that that's working. It kind of doesn't give you new relics though. I have to check something. Is it in my redundancy chances, am I checking for the same relic or different rarities? Oh, okay. So this is to make sure that you get a new relic every time. Oh, okay. So I do actually have to kind of be smart about this. Yeah, okay. So we'll do... Also, this is worse, technically. Yeah, so we'll do 3 redundancy chances. Then you won't get the same relic every time. Yeah, see now I got bandage, floaties, and obsidian glass. Which bandage is pretty decent to get early on. So I'm kind of happy with that. I wonder if I should make Time Capsule give you more stuff. Like, instead of giving you just 3 things and then never doing anything again, maybe it could, give you stuff over time. But I'm going to move on and draw more stuff rather than kind of focusing on that all day. I'm guessing I have an error here. Yeah, it's not implemented the rarity table. So this is a custom error that I put in the game that makes it so it tells on me anytime I mess up. So you'll see if I go to the output here. Running implementation audit, 46 relics are in the game. 45 are implemented, 1 is not. So the reason it tells me this is that right now you can never find the time capsule in the game, even though it's in the game. I'll show you why here. If I go to relic classification, this list where it tells you like what class each one is in, so like potions, turn start delayers, food, drinks. You also have rarities, and every single relic that isn't an exclusive to like a boss has to be in this table. So we'll go down to uncommon and we'll just add, we'll add time capsule. And that should get that error to go away. So we'll open the game and close it again, and 46 are implemented. All right, cool. So that's working pretty good. Everything's already saved, so why don't we work on a new one then? All right, so what's next on the list? All right, so next is shovel. So the shovel is like actively bad. I don't think it was bad when I thought up the idea, but like now that I'm now that like I'm looking at it 100 relics later, it is actively bad. So what it does is the first at the start of your turn, the first card that you draw is always dirt, which like dirt is the worst attack in the game. So it's kind of, you know, like unless there's like a trick room effect like in Pokemon and you kind of, you know, like your worst attack does the best damage, which isn't what it does in Pokemon, but like you get my point, right? Unless we do something to make dirt really, really good, then maybe maybe shovel could be good. Like we do have the lucky dirt item, which makes dirt better as long like the more you have. So maybe shovel will be okay. Hey, Arabella Vare, that's my wife, believe it or not. She says, I was thinking of the music being similar to Sandy the Centipede. So Sandy the Centipede, for those who are uninitiated, is a song I wrote a long time ago. And yeah, that's not a bad idea. I kind of like that idea. Though that song's not super appropriate, so I'd have to change things up a little bit. I think that like Mugenics has kind of given people, or has probably brought about a change in the way that people do indie game music. I think we're gonna see a lot more lyrics in game music from now on, just because Mugenics did it so well that I think people are gonna want to copy it. All right. So we're gonna draw our shovel here. I think the shovel could be like really, really simple. Okay. Brush size 8, please. There it is. Just before you got here. I think Hades preceded that, though. I mean, well, Hades, the regular background music doesn't have lyrics. It's kind of these special moments that they have. Was Darren Korb, I think is his name, doing like the Orpheus music. So like they kind of show some restraint with it. Yeah, the music is super good. Edmund put a discount on Mugenics and my life is yours. No, dude. I straight up paid full price for it twice. I was going to have my wife just play on my account, but I was like, nah, I'm going to want to play at the same time, so I bought it twice. Edmund owns me. Oh no. I need to make my stabilizer a bit. Yeah. Thinking about how many copies of Isaac we have too. Yeah, that's true. You know what's funny? I don't have one copy of Repentance. Like I fell off like right before the Repentance DLC and then I never got back up. I'm sure I'll buy it at some point. Like I was literally just watching a Isaac lore video last night. Wii U, 3DS, Switch, 2 PC copies. Yeah, we have quite a bit. Let's see. Dude, I am love as Edmund's work. I'm just too broke, and that's what's stopped me from glazing games. I feel ya. I get you. At least they're not like $60 to $80 games. They are at least priced like indie games, which is nice. What if the time capsule gives you random 3 items this encounter, but another set of 3 items for another encounter? So you can put it like quantum time capsule. Huh. I don't hate that idea. I really don't. Part of me wonders if like you should have to put something into the time capsule to get something out, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think on that one. I'll put it down in the Relic idea list. Bye. I'm going to sleep now. It's like 11:30 in the night. Oh, you're like on the other side of the world. I get you. All right. Have a good night. Thank you very much for stopping by. Please excuse my watch hitting the desk. All right. I think that's a decent start. I gotta like rotate the handle here a little bit. Kind of like that. Yeah, that's not terrible. Yeah, again, thank you very much for stopping by. All right, so we'll fill all this in. I think it would be really good for me to like spend some time researching the way that people shade different materials, because I think making things look metallic is kind of difficult. True, every time a friend shows me a game it's more than $45, I just lose interest immediately, and that's why I have to I have a close friend that shares his Steam with me. Oh, I feel ya. Yeah, my wife and I share our Steam accounts, and I think that saved us a lot of money because there's a lot of games that we just don't want to play at the same time. I'd probably make the bar of the shovel a little thicker for a cartoony effect, like the wooden portion. Yeah, okay. Let's see. I really need to set up a hotkey for changing the stabilizer on and off. I just haven't. And my advice is that you don't take one more step. Watch out. Is that too much? That might be okay. Let me kind of a little too much. Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. I missed Bart's sneeze. Aw. What? There you go. I hit Control X instead of Control Z there. That's what happened. Is that as thick as it's gonna need to be? I think that's kind of a good middle ground, right? So we'll kind of come down here. Swirled round a bowl, shot through a hole, pushed through a pole, spun out of control. Alright, there we go. They give me an eraser tool, that way I don't have to color within the lines. Alright, so how do we feel about that for a base sprite? And then I kind of just have to shade everything to make it look decent. So the mechanic of the shovel is every time your turn starts, the very first card that you draw is always dirt. So it works good for like the lucky dirt item, right? That's the idea. It's not very useful at all outside of the lucky dirt context, but it should be okay. It never really seems to come back from whence it stank. Alright. And actually, you know what? I think I might do... Hold on. So if I imagine the light coming in this direction, I should have a shadow cast by where the lump in the shovel handle coming in is. So like there. And then... You're just another number. And number 2 is your name. There we go. So we'll come down to like 20 here. So I'm going to do the same thing here. Are there going to be upgrades for the relics? So I actually got the first upgradable relic idea in the comments yesterday, and I kind of fell in love with the idea. Is the metal part of the shovel head not lined up with the rest? Oh yeah, not yet. I'll move it over in a second. Let me pull it up, because it was a comment on the video that I posted yesterday, and it was such a cool idea. So it was actually Hextrix that was just in the chat. They wrote associate degree in geology. It's a slight increase in damage, but every time you get the relic, it upgrades it to like bachelor's degree, and then like master's degree, and then doctorate, and it scales the damage up as you go. Since all the attacks are based on rocks, it's kind of, you know, it's a fitting item. And I'm really, really open to the idea of making a lot of relics that are upgradable, because that's, I don't know, that's super cool. So we're gonna just kind of take all that and move it on over. Oh, don't do that to me. Here we go. Oh no. Yeah, that's better. So we'll take this. I'm gonna bring this down to like there. I actually think I might go kind of crazy on the lighter shading on this to kind of give it that metal look. Yeah, I think that's kind of a good way to do that, right? I think that looks all right. I think that looks all right. There's references people have made online of what certain materials look like as a sphere. Oh, kind of like the what is that stuff? What is that app called? It's not ZBrush, it's Surface something. I don't know, the thing where people are always making materials algorithmically. Substance Painter, Substance Designer, that's what it is. Yeah, I could look it up like that. What I might do is I might kind of blur the edges. I know that there is like a kind of smudging tool somewhere in here. But I might try to like blur the edges of the highlights and kind of make it look nice that way. Texture. Do. I don't know what I'm looking for. I think what I'll do is I'm just going to try it like this and see how it looks. So like if I go... It definitely looks more metallic. Like I don't think it looks worse in that regard. I just don't think it fits the style as good. That might be better. I think if I move this below the outline and make sure that any of it that's outside is gone. Yeah, I think that looks a little bit better. What do you guys think? I still gotta do something to the handle to make it look nicer. Never really seemed to come back from whence it stank. I'm not a fan of the blur being that large. What if I kind of keep the blur as like a more subtle effect? Do it more like that. Do you like that better? Think that is about as subtle as that can be. There we go. How do we feel about that? I think it definitely looks shovelly. 3 trophies. I will take it. Alright, so we'll call this Relic Shovel. And export it as a PNG. And bring it over into the game. And I guess that's that. So let me put in the sheet here that the shovel is drawn. And you're never going to believe this, but the shovel is followed up quickly by the pickaxe. That's the next one on the list. So if I wasn't sick of drawing tools, I'm about to be. Or maybe I'll jump around. What else do we got? We got the ring box. Those ones Ari is doing. The potions, actually, I haven't marked any of these as done. That's crazy. There are so many of these that are done now. Yep, that's a shovel, alright. Better drawing skills than I'll ever have. Oh, don't say that too quickly. I was not able to draw at all at the start of this project, and it's really just been a practice project. You know, like I said in one of my YouTube shorts that one of my, like, big goals with, all these people using like AI art and all that stuff, if you can call it that. I was like, you know, if I'm gonna be so against that stuff, you know, the AI slop, I should probably be able to draw myself. So, you know, I like to be an informed hater, you know? If I'm gonna be a hater, I may as well be an informed hater. So that's that was one of the big reasons that I started. Oh, you know what I could do? I could do a bunch of the elemental ones because one of the big changes that the game's going to get pretty soon is a lot of elemental stuff getting implemented, just because there's so much of it that has to get implemented. Alright, so for electric items, we have the ground wire, the lightning rod, the yellow wizard's hat, the electric tome. Also, I have one relic idea called the cobblestone generator, which is at the start of every battle, it gives you 3 random rock items or rock attacks, which I just think is fantastic. Just, you know, big fan of that one. I have a ton of rings that need to be drawn. I have literally 50 rings that need to be drawn. So that's going to take some time. I could do the Terraria reference one first, because then I at least know what I have to draw. Because, so, like I said, it's actually 40 different ring relics, and none of them are implemented yet. But one of them is called Band of Star Power, and it's, you know, like the Band of Star Power from Terraria. So I gotta do that. I'm so sad that people actually use AI art in some of their games, because where's the love for the game when making it? Yeah, I feel you. My entire outlook on it is, why would I bother to play something that no one could be bothered to make? The same reason that I'm not going to read an AI-generated article or summary or anything like that. It's like, why would I read something, or why would I bother to read something that nobody could be bothered to write, you know? So I just, I don't know, I'm against it. If people want to do their own thing, whatever. I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to be knocking down anyone's door or anything. I just don't like it, you know? It's not my thing. So why don't I... So yeah, I'm going to make the Band of Star Power reference item. I'm probably going to have a decent number of items that are references, but, like, I don't know. I don't want to acknowledge directly that they're references in the game, because, like, if somebody doesn't like the reference being there, it's a lot easier to just remove it if it's not you know, if it's not official in any capacity. All right. So we're gonna want, like, that color. And we're gonna want, kind of go like this. Yeah, there we go. That's kind of how I want it to be. Oh yeah, baby, I drew a rhombus. Push through a pole, shot out of control. Sprung from a sprout. Wrong bus. No, believe it or not, that's not what I said. Oh boy. I really gotta spend the time to make my pressure sensitivity on my tablet less stupid. Cause like I'm gonna wear out my undo button. You know what I'm saying? Never really seemed to come back from whence it stank. I swear, this stream is turning into like free advertising from eugenics. Alright, the Band of Star Power is kinda... It's lighter around the edges. Then it's kinda like this in the center. So what I'll do is I'll kinda... No, that's terrible. I gotta look at it again. You know what I'll do? I'll interpret the pixels a little differently. Oops. So I'll do like this all the way through. And then out of all the songs in eugenics, which one's your favorite? Oh man. Maybe Chum Bucket Kitty. I really like Chum Bucket Kitty. Like, because the tough thing, right, is that Eatin' Rats is like obviously one of the best songs. It's like it's super, super catchy. I don't think there's anyone who's played the game who hasn't like walked around singing it. But I don't know. I really like Chum Bucket Kitty. Oh, Flush is really, really good too. That's the one I've been singing pretty much the whole stream, isn't it? I'm a chum bucket kitty baby living in the city. Maybe you could throw me something now. Throw me something, mister. I'm a chum bucket kitty baby living in the city. Maybe you could throw me something now. Throw me something, mister. Come on! It gets copyright struck. Genuinely, Planet Ridiculon, the people who did all the music from eugenics, they hit it out of the park. It's so good. I gotta focus on what I'm drawing here. Stop thinking about music. Oh man, I drew these little crystals on the same god dang layer. Oh man. Swirled round a bowl. Shot through a hole. Pushed through a pole. Spun out of control. Sprung from a sprout. Spit out a spout. And that's what it's all about when you're flushed down and out. Down in the underground, you've got to mind the goop. You gotta grab a scoop and stop piling the poop. Working 9 to 5 and 5 to 9 again. It never seems to end. Oh, keeps on coming down the pipe and it never seems to end. Did you see, Fox, that Planet Ridiculon, they actually uploaded a live version of Flush recently? I think yesterday? Or maybe the day before. So you can hear them play it live. I think it was official. I don't think it was a cover. I actually kind of like the way that looks. Yeah, I was hyped the whole time. Dude, yeah, for real. It was super good. It was so cool to see them like do a proper live version. Swoot round a bowl, shout from a hole, push through a pole, spun out of control, sprung from a sprout. All right, I'm gonna add a lighter shade on top of this, I think. Do it kind of like that. That'll do. Yeah, I think that'll do for like the little emblem on it. And then I'll do the actual band here. All of my nights I'm chasing rats, chasing the rats. And in my days I'm taking naps, that's where it's at. And in my dreams I'm the king of cats, he's the king of cats. I will hunt you down, there will be nowhere to hide. Ooh, don't do that. I'm not the biggest fan of the color I picked here. I've got to kind of mess around with it a little bit. Maybe go like that. That's a little bit better. Yeah, I think that's how we're going to want to do this to make it kind of look like it. Actually, you know, the original is a lot bluer than I would have thought. Let me see how it looks if I do it more blue. I think I went too far. Might try it like there. All 3 cats migrated from one room to the other. Nice. There we go. I think that's a bit better. So then I've got to kind of, I don't know, the shading on this is going to be really difficult to get it to actually kind of fit the design. You know what I'm doing again? I'm not using the undo button on the tablet. I was just pressing Control Z. Which I've been trying to avoid doing because it's stupid. I've got to do it like that. Dude, speaking of buttons on my tablet, oh my gosh, speaking off, dude, I can't read. Dude, speaking off, my buttons on my tablet stopped working for a few minutes. So annoying. Okay, I think it was meant to be of. I think I'm just being silly. I thought for a second I was having a strong. I was like, oh god. That's it for me, huh? Down for the count. Alright, so I'm gonna come around like this. You really have to rely on the shading to get these round objects to appear round. It's like totally a skill issue. Why not create ellipses for that? I don't know. I try to draw all of these by hand so that they kind of have that, like, completely handmade look to them. Because I feel like if I do too many, like, perfect shapes, everything's going to kind of look... It's going to stop looking hand-drawn. Because, like, yeah, I could definitely do regular shape tool stuff. I don't know. My brain doesn't want me to. quite literally reinventing the wheel. All right, let's try that. See how it looks. 5 to 9 again. Never seen this. What do we think of that? So let me get the original for reference here. So we'll go. So that's kind of what I'm copying here. I don't think that came out too bad. What do you guys think? I mean, it's only going to be like that on screen ever, so. I think I made it look, I made the center portion look like a gem pretty decently. I changed the shape of the shading to make it appear, or make it read like a ring instead of like a floaty, because it looks puffy. I think I see what you mean. I think I'd have to put a line. Like I'd have to make a firm line here so that you can tell that this is the front and this is the back. I think that would make it read more like a ring. That might be my problem. So like if I did it kind of like this. Am I doing that the wrong way? Do I want it like... No, I am doing it the right way. It's really hard for my brain to visualize what I'm trying to recreate here. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. There we go. Gotta do the same thing here. Man, copying that line is really difficult. It's like this exact shape that it needs to take for it to look right. copy and reflect. I drew it on the same layer as the rest of the outline. I'm getting there. Hold on. That's kind of what I want. All right, so now I just got to make the shading back here darker. So why don't I come through and go like this. I'll actually just I'm gonna fill this in, and then I'm gonna make it an overlay on just that one side of the color. So we'll come in here and we'll go boop. Around the bow. Hold on. I've got a... Yeah. Gotta do it like that. All right, I shouldn't do it like this. No matter what, it leaves a crappy outline. Just do it more manually. Stop it. All right. You know, now I'm starting to understand why so few people actually get drawing done on these drawing streams. And it's because it's so hard to yap and draw at the same time. Like, I am trying to, like, be like, oh yeah, I gotta commentate here. But also I'm like, oh, I gotta focus. If I don't focus, it's not gonna come out good. All right. I sent you a Discord screenshot of how I would adjust the ring a little. Let's see. So the red lines are what? Am I actually bringing the, like, either side of it in? Like taking the whole thing and like chopping off this edge and this edge? Is that the idea? could do that. It's not... Here's what I'll do. I'm going to make a duplicate of this. And I'm just going to... Huh? I said I'm just going to... There we go. Push through a pole, spun out of control, sprung from a sprout, spit out a spout. That's what it's all about when you're flushed down and out, down in the underground. You've got to mine the goop. I think I gotta cut back on here a lot more for this to work. I gotta get like rid of the whole curve so that the new curve is able to be different. Is that line too tilted? I want to come out a little bit and then up. Kind of go more steep. No, that didn't come out good. Oops. All right, so we'll do like that. Like that? This feels like it's not round enough. I definitely cut more off one side than the other. Let's see. I think I've got this. I think this will come out all right. So let me turn on this. I'm gonna... Oops. This is the one that should be down like this. Because I don't just want to go right back to where I had it. Come in a little bit. Did I just like do it first try? Is that it? Is that the route? Do we run the line? What do you think? How we feeling? I just realized I screwed up this line here. It looks a lot more like a ring shape now. I think so. I think it came out good. redo this bit of the shading here. Come down like this. Then I'll do kind of that exclamation point thing, this. I think I'll get rid of this little bit over here too. All right. I think that's a good place to call that ring good. Yeah, so we'll save this as Relic, Band of Star Power. And we'll export it. And we'll bring it over. All right, so that's one more relic figured out. Go ahead and mark that on my list. All right, so what's next? Let me think. I could do more rings because, like I said, I have tons of rings that need to be done. Like, there's a ring that gives you thorns. It's called the Splinter Ring because it's splintering. Hey, Clanny, what are you doing? You got a lot of them. Cobblestone generator is going to be a fun one to draw. Carrot cake is another one that needs to be drawn. Carrot cake heals you every time you kill a killer carrot. Say that 10 times fast. And that one is meant to kind of synergize with the golden carrot, which makes the killer carrot show up through the entire game. Kill a killer carrot, kill a killer carrot, kill a killer carrot. All right, let's go ahead and make ourselves a new document. What do we want to do? The splintering would be a cool one to do. I'm not really sure how I would draw it, though. That's the only problem. Because, like, I could make it a wooden ring that, like, clearly is delaminating. But that's going to be kind of tough to do in a, you know, relatively small sprite. The nail file is one that that is just a pure attack up. Could do that one. A wooden ring with one huge splinter. Yeah. Alright, I'll do that. We'll do the splintering. I just make it look like a sewer rat. You know, like Splinter. From the Ninja Turtles. Alright, anyway. Let's see. So, we'll kind of do our ring shape again. Though I kind of want to make all of the rings kind of at a different angle. So I think for this one, I'll do... Gotta bring that down a little bit. Kind of do it like this. The only mode of transportation comes in the form of flotation, and it's no vacation. Swirled round a hole, shot through a hole, push through a pole, shot out of, or spun out of control, sprung from a sprout, floated down a spout. This would be a lot easier if I was not stupid. All right. You know what it is? It's that this shape isn't good. So because this shape's not good, the next shape can never be good. Clancy knocked stuff off my desk and looked at me with a perfect blep face. Wow. I was wondering what that bang upstairs was. I was literally just about to text you. Is everything okay up there? I really don't like the way this one's going. I'm going to start over. I think what I'll do is I'm going to start like this. I should stick with the... There we go. Now we've got a ring. I swear, on every one of these I'm going to do... Oh, no! On every one of these I'm going to do, this is going to be the absolute hardest part. It's just getting a ring shape. Like, the moment that I have to draw the ring itself, I'm going to be here for like an hour and a half, and then the actual like design of the ring after is going to be like 10 seconds. Perhaps save this layer for future use. No, I want them all to be separately drawn. Like, I know it's such a stupid rule, but like, it's like the sprites for the enemies, right? Like, every single one of them, the sprite, I can't just reposition the limbs. I have to redraw, you know, I have to redraw them in almost every sprite just so that everything looks unique. I don't know. I think it keeps the charm. That's my excuse. Alright, so I would like to have a splintering section like this. Just before you got here, everything was the same. You're just another number, and number 2 is your name. I'd make a crack in the wood closer to the middle of the grain. Well, I'm gonna kind of do a couple of these. You mean like down here? Spun round a pole, shot through a hole, pushed through a pole, spun out of control. Alright, so... See what I'm getting at? What do you think of that? I mean, I don't love it. I'm also probably going to change this color at some point here. But for now, let's just get it colored in and then work on making it fractured. Sending me a screenshot? All right. And then, let's see. Maybe I could do the wood grain pattern while I'm waiting here. What's happening? Is the app crashing right now? Oh no. Don't tell me it's crashing. I'm gonna be so upset. Oh no, we're good. I think my tablet driver might have crashed, if anything. I'm not getting tablet input anymore. Un moment. System CTO, user space, restart, open tablet driver. How we doing? I mean, it popped up for a second. Whoa. Oh, I see what you're saying. And I saw the picture there. I think it's Krita. I think Krita's not responding to it. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Now I've got tablet input. So we will I guess you would expect it to kind of to roll outward, actually, or wouldn't you? Not inward. It's peeling up, so it should actually be... I was trying to figure out why it looked so bad. And the other option was blaming the artist, and I'm not going to do that. Okay. Swooped round a bow, shot through a hole. Alright, so sounds good like that. And then come through like this. What's the flavor text for the ring? Let's see. Gotta find where I wrote it down. I've got all of them written here. Splinter ring. Not exactly comfortable. That's all it is. Nothing ever really seemed to come back from whence it stank. I think I gotta make the spikes different heights. Oops. Clancy must have pressed the volume down when he was last to my keyboard. I thought you were quiet, then I checked, it's at 17% volume. No, he would never do anything wrong. All right. All right, how do we feel about this? I might take... I'll take one look. Yeah, so I'll do like something like this. So the cracks are more... look more like they're led up to. Does it read as splintering wood? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. Give that more saturation. I think it reads more as hair. Really? What can I do to make it not do that? Is it going to be a color thing, you think? Sharper, not wavy lines. Yeah, but wood grain is wavy. Am I wrong? For the outer lines? Like this needs to be a sharp angle. Like that. So, I mean, that is more or less the same advice you gave me on the last one. Oop. I think... that's looking all right. It's a stabilizer that screwed me up. Okay. So we'll do it like that. All right, how do we think that looks? So we'll come down to 20. We'll do the shadows a bit harsher on here, I think. And because it's wood, I don't think it really needs highlights because it's not going to be very reflective. I think that looks all right. Yeah, plain woods are pretty matte. Yeah. I wonder if this should actually be brighter instead of darker than the rest. Like that. Does that make more sense? Because like finished wood, when you dig into it, you kind of get that lighter look where it darkens with the finish. And so when you tear it up, you get that look. Is that better? I think that also makes it read less like hair. I gotta fix that. That's gonna bother the crap out of me. You're just another number. Number 2 is your name. All right. I think I'm gonna do it there. I think that's good. All right, so what we've got so far, we've got the time capsule, which I think this one came out really cute. I really like this one. So we have the time capsule, we have the shovel, we've got the band of star power, and we've got the splinter ring. So we're doing all right. We're going a good direction, I think. All right. So let's see. What else can we do? I wanna try to keep the momentum going and get a few of these done so that we can really make some progress in the game. When does the mole use a sleeping animation? With the Bart picture. Let's see. Yeah, that's so this animation's called rest, and if we go to the Bart relic, you'll see the attack uses the animation rest, which this should actually be like that. All right. So what is next on our list? We could stick with rings because, like I said, we have a ton of rings to get through. There is the ring of duckies, which is meant to be the it's meant to look like a duck floaty, but it's used to make it so that water and wind attacks are stronger together. Since I've been basically drawing floaties this entire time, I might as well do that one, right? Let's see, what else we got? The Thieves Band, Band of Merchants, which is, I think is a great pun. The Fish Ring, Bubble Wand, Fire Extinguisher. Fire Extinguisher would be a fun one to draw. I think I'll do Fire Extinguisher. But I'm going to be right back, guys. Well, if it isn't the man, the myth, the legend himself, Astounding Gamers in the chat. Long time no see, bud. How you doing? Very, very good to see you. Alright, so we're going to do a fire extinguisher next. This one should be relatively easy to draw, I think. See, so we'll go like this. Okay, so that is a decent base for that. This seems a bit tall. I think I'm going to do one of these. Yeah, there we go. Now, we'll do a gauge, just like this. Come on. Draw a circle. Alright. It's decent. Let me pull up my reference picture again here. Yeah. Swood round a bowl. Alright, that is looking alright, I think. I probably want that to go a little higher. Like that. Good. Come over here and do this. I drew it all in the same layer. I knew I was going to do that. I knew I was going to do it. You're just another number, and number 2 is your name. Oh, you know what? I actually want this to be like this color here. And then to do... Yeah, now we're doing it right. I kinda sorta know what a fire extinguisher looks like. Kinda. Sorta. Just go way too detailed with it. Alright, so then we grab our stabilized brush again and we go just like that. I think that looks alright. So then we will go dark gray and have it come around like this. I knew I should quit my job and draw fire extinguishers for a living. Clearly this is my calling. Oh boy. Alright. I sent a picture of Bart to the general chat. Okay, I could this I gotta see. Aw. By the way, guys, if you're not in the Discord for Podunk Games, then check out the description of this stream, and there's a link there. Right now, all of the joining for that server is by an approval basis, just because I'm trying to make sure it doesn't go... Oh, no. I just accidentally joined the voice chat. I'm just trying to make sure it doesn't go too crazy too early on. You know, with spam joins and stuff. So, you know, if you join and it doesn't immediately let you in, that's why. I just know that crawlers have gotten worse since the last time I used Discord, so I want to make sure that we're not going to get, like, a million bots in there overnight. Either way, Ari will let you in, and you can, you know, you're good to go. Alright, there we go. I didn't know I was a mod there. You are. mean, you don't have to be if you don't want to, but I just assumed it would make the most sense if you were. Extinguisher, I hardly know her. Alright, so let's get this colored in, and we will be pretty much done with that. It's not really a complicated sprite. I'm not that worried about it. I may have done an all-nighter, so I apologize for my late response. It's all good, buddy. Just make sure you take care of yourself. In recent years, I've been doing a lot less all-nighters because I don't know, I've been getting old, I guess. I don't think my body can put up with it as much. I used to do it all the time, though. Like, it was just real bad. That is looking all right. Where is the hose? There it is. Swoot around a bowl, shot through a hole, push through a pole, spun out of control. All right. Not too shabby, I would say. Just the right amount of shabby. What I might do is make this a little lighter. Saturation up. Yeah, there we go. And then this is gonna need a lot of shading because it can be really, really shiny. I mean, that'll do. Do it like that. I know that feeling. I've gotten called an unk, so I feel old now. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not looking too bad. Come up here and we'll do a little... There we go. That, I think, is looking decent. Come on. All right, how are we feeling about that, guys? What do we think about this fire extinguisher? I think that went better than I thought it would. Sorry if my drinking is extraordinarily loud. I was just messing with my audio settings right before this. I would increase the brightness of the shine on the red. Just this. Let's see. What, like that? I really hope I spelled extinguisher correct, because I didn't even look. I can't hear it other than when you put the cup back down. All right, cool. I think that's looking all right. I'll go ahead and export that. And that gives us yet another relic. So if we go back into here and we go under all relics, so today we added, let's see, time capsule, splintering, shovel, let's see, the band of star power, let's see, fire extinguisher and shovel. Apologize for it blinking around there. Alright, so these are the ones we've drawn today. So far. Not too bad. The fire extinguisher is... So the fire extinguisher is one of the items that makes it so you don't take recoil from the fire element anymore. I went to take a picture to show my family chat and my phone is out of storage. Oops. Probably because of the video I recorded today. Un moment. On my... Alright, what else do we want to do? I've got a lot left on the list. Let's take a look. So fire extinguisher, we can put the little art symbol next to since it's done. And we could do more elemental stuff. Let's see. I have no idea how I'm gonna draw the cobblestone generator. I might make it a cartoony version of what it looks like in Minecraft. It's gonna be so goofy. Still, though, I kind of think it's an awesome idea. I can do the nail file. That might be a good one to do. Alright, we'll do nail file. So jumping back into Krita, we will do a new document. Why don't we start like that color? Now, do I want to do one of those like foam nail files? Or do I want to do like a metal nail file? If I look up nail file, which one comes up first? So technically the metal one comes up first, but then every other picture is the like stick version. But I don't think the stick one, I guess, which is called an emery board, I don't think those are going to come across quite as good, like as a picture. I mean, in general, it's going to be kind of hard to make this look good, but we'll give it a go. So I will make it symmetrical. Try to do this without making it look like a sword. Might be difficult. I think once the pattern's on it, it'll be fine. Yeah. So we'll do it like that. I think once I do the pattern, everything's gonna look all right. So we want like I don't know what I just did to zoom in like that. Is there a brush that's like specifically good for this? Because I bet there is. Like this? Whoa, definitely not. That might be it. If ever there was one. So like if I limit it to like this, oops. If I limit it to like this, and then I grow that selection a hair so that I have it fully inside. And then I just so then what I'll do is I will subtract that. There we go. Yeah, so if I do it like that, then we should be good, because then I can put the other color underneath it, which will just be this, but a hair lighter. Scroll up. I don't know how I feel about it yet, but I just want to see it more finished and see how I like it. So if I take this one and I change it to darken, I know there's going to be a way to do this that's going to look decent. What if I make them both overlay? How do we feel about that? Do we think it looks terrible? Okay, definitely not that. From afar, it's hard to see the cross-hatching. I'd make it bigger and simpler. Alright. So how did this get set to overlay? So trying this again. I'm gonna grow this by 2, and then I'm gonna cut off just the tip of it. Oops. It's not holding Alt there. Okay. And then let's do this for a consistently sized brush. Uh-oh. It looks like there was just a hiccup in the stream. Can you guys see right now? Or hear me? Just got a notification that said OBS is reconnecting. It reloaded? Nice. Oops. I think I'll keep it as normal and I don't know if I like it better like that or dark. What do you guys think? You think that looks all right? It's kind of a difficult, can you make the outline a hair darker? This outline or the outline for all of them? God dang it. Will this ever be visible? I kind of doubt it. But I think it's funny. All right, so I think that's looking all right. I think I could do a lot of work with shading here. I wonder if this would look terrible. If I shaded every square of this. What, so you hate pancakes? Classic. Waffles are good. I do like waffles. You know what I could have done? I could have drawn like 3 straight lines and then just put it underneath the layer for the hatching. In fact, no, I'll just leave it. It's fine. I don't really like it. Maybe I will do the simple lines thing. I just gotta do it with a thinner brush. And then we will do same thing on the other side like this. I think that'll look okay. So make sure that that's completely done here. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about the shading. I think if I do like an overall shading on top of everything else and make this a little bit more subtle, that will be in a good spot. Yeah, that's better. So we'll go over the top of these like this. We'll do one big pass. Like that, yep. And then that kind of made it look round. Yeah, I think leaving the shading simple will actually make it look flatter. Because this looks cylindrical with that shading. I'm sure I could do this and make it look very clearly not cylindrical. Yeah, I can make it like that. Yeah. How are we feeling about that? What do we think? Personally, I think that kept it from appearing cylindrical by having it have this slight 3D outline. Not 100% sure yet how I feel though. Need validation from chat. Chat, tell me how I'm supposed to feel. Hold on. Swooped round the bowl, shot through a hole, pushed through a pole, spun out of control. Yeah, I think that came out all right. And I bumped my microphone because of course I did. I just realized that has like the exact same color design as the fire extinguisher. So what next then? I think I want to do one more and then I'll end stream. I could do another ring, or I could do the ring box. Or I could do another elemental one. The 3 and 4 leaf clover. I feel as though you're biased. just a touch biased on those ones. If you feel like drawing those, that would be fantastic. I'll take all the help I can get. I'm so happy with this stupid teddy bear's face. I think it looks so cute. Oh man, I'm like weirdly happy about that. I really think that the time capsule one came out so good. Oh, the VHS tape? Yeah, I think that came out decent too. Well, among all the other ones, you know, it's a pretty good spread. Fire extinguisher, I definitely think came out good because it you know, I think it's the most recognizable of what it is out of any of them. Like this, someone could look at this and be like, "What's that? A pill full of memories or something?" You know, which I guess is what a time capsule is meant to be, actually. So I guess that's ideal. You know. It's going. Quite literally with the pun. Yeah, I guess I guess it is. Alright, let me look at my list. Out of 101 relics, we have, what, 50 now with these? Because this was already implemented. This is number 46. 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. We have 51 relics in the game. So I need to think of what would be a good next step. The ring box would make the rings implementable. Wet hand band. The ring chimes are going to be a really fun one to do. It's just a ring that has wind chimes attached to it. Lightning rod could be a easy one to do if I'm just looking for easy. You want like 10? What, 10 rings? Or 10 chimes attached to it. Let's see. What are we gonna do? Lightning rod, I guess, is an easy one to do. A lightning rod in real life is typically just a metal pole with spikes poking out. It doesn't look anything like it does in Minecraft. I've been lied to. What a shame. Are you telling me they couldn't make perfect spikes using their pixel art? Unreal. Bunch of fake lightning fans is what they are. Oh, man. Man, I could barely draw one straight line, let alone two. Oh, God. That's really what that does? You still never explained to me what you want 10 of. Ten wind chimes at our house? Oh, okay, I see. That is a lot. That's what a lightning rod looks like in real life. Apparently. Not like that Minecraft crap where it's like BS. They're lying to me. A cube on top of a rectangle. Yeah, for real. What the heck? Why would you lie to me? You think people would go on the internet and just lie? Let's see. So, I have to do something to make it seem lightning roddy so people know what it, you know. What it is off the just seeing it. I could just do grounding wire coming off of it. You know what I'm saying? Like I could just do a little bit of this. And then got like that Sprite logo going on. Like a ground wire. Lemon lime. So the problem is I have a relic called ground wire. So this would be a bit of a conflict of interest to have on the sprite. You know what I mean? Get like a little terminal, screw terminal there. Oh boy, there we go. I don't know, I think that looks like crap. I think I need to keep it simple. I mean, I could put like lightning on the sprite. You know what I'm saying? I could do Do like that. Never really seemed to come back from whence it stank. Sprung from a sprout, spit out a spout. That's what it's all about when you're flushed down and out. Oh no! Layer. Number 2 with your name. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Alright, let's select, deselect. Alright, I think that's a decent start for the sprite. And it never really seems to come back from whence it stank. Alright, so... All right. How are we feeling about that? Do we think that that gets the lightning rod thing across pretty good? In kind of a cartoony format? Let me put it with the other ones and see how it looks. Do, lightning rod. What is it? It seems really small. Like if we do fishing rod and then lightning rod, you would think that a lightning rod would be bigger, right? But then again, nothing's really to scale. I mean, look at this nail file. You know? Either way, I think it came out all right. All right, well, I think if that's where we're at, then we're probably going to end the stream right here. I have been going for, what, 4 hours now, so I think that will do it for today. I'm going to probably do some more of these in the future because it's, I mean, to be completely honest, it's really good for trying to get the channel up and running because I've been doing mostly YouTube Shorts, and YouTube Shorts don't actually count towards watch time. So streams should help me out for, you know, the statistics and all that. But anyway, I want to thank you guys very much for watching. My name is Andrew from Podunk Games, and I'm going to see you guys next time. Goodbye.